Well, this is a pretty big mess. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Risk Neutral Entertainment. Jesus Christopher Christ. Everything is upside down on my world. I hope you're all having a better day. This update of OBS completely trashed everything. I am trying to get up to speed here. Stand by. Okay. All right. So here's the deal. Something happened with my Bookmap. It tipped over last night when I normally shut Bookmap off in the session break between 1600 and 1700 Central Standard Time every day. That isolates the recording for the full day. When I restarted at 1700, nothing. I get no, I can't subscribe to any instrument. So I suspect it's got something to do with the provision of rhythmic through TopStep, but I'm now in a battle communication with those guys, and we'll see where this goes. And also now I've just discovered that my automatic go live connection here in OBS is not functioning either. So this is my virtual trading journal. I'm not sure what else to call this, but the point here is that there is not anything for financial or trade advice. Today is going to be pretty upside down. I don't have any Bookmap functional today. I do have IRT, of course. Thank goodness. And I have Jigsaw, which I could start up if I need to. But yeah, it's pretty weird here today. The idea of this is that it is my virtual trading journal. So I capture everything that I would normally be seeing on my videos, on my screens, and then my voiceover provides some insight as to what I was thinking at the time. Let's get on with the basic rest of the pre-market here. I'm assuming stuff is working at this point. I don't know. Let's see here. What a cluster. It's so amazing how you just get lulled to sleep with everything working as was, and then some stupid thing like Sunday night, I turned everything on Sunday evening like usual for the ETH session, and I got a pop-up on OBS update, and I didn't think about it. I just clicked OK, and it broke everything. So I'm going to have to look into rolling back OBS to have things work until back to the way they were. Hopefully I haven't broken everything trying to, disrupted things, trying to reset the chapter markers and all of that. But anyway, let's get on with it here. Here is my IRT, which is working, knock wood. You can see what, this is the full session. These are the ES. You can see what happened overnight. If you got short at any point, you're a happy person. And then we've traded back up here. Now, what does this mean? Well, this means that we will be opening lower in range, and that virtually 100% of the overnight inventory is short. So I would expect a bit of responsive buying to take profit. Now, short, here's the open, right? So any trade that happened below the open is short inventory. There you go. We did have this pullback when London opened to take some profit. We're to square up. What they will do at the open, who knows? This is the NASDAQ, same story, NQ, or the mini. And this is my full session or my higher time frame micro composite chart. This is simply a daily RTH session, and these are daily candles. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and in so doing, that generates the high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green, represented by the red and green lines over here, and those push automatically to Bookmap whenever that comes back to life. And I don't believe it's a Bookmap problem, actually. I think it is a TopStep issue to do with level 2. Anyway, that's, that's just, never mind. I'm just thinking out loud here, and that's not, sometimes that's not good. You'll see that right here, this profile, this micro composite stopped because we had a gap down. And we did close the gap here the next day. And so I started redrawing a new micro composite. That's the way I do it. This is the full session market profile. Now, what have we got? Really light volume up here, I believe, I would say. And we're a 0.4% change negative on the ES. Let's look at the volume. Oh, hush my mouth. 110%. I'm not reading the volume very well, am I? We're at about 3.5% ATR at this moment in time, and this is the volume through this candle. These are 5-minute candle or 1-minute candles here on the volume profile, or the volume average volume, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. 5-minute candle up here on the ATR. This is open interest. And this is the SPX. So I'm not able to say anything about Bookmap yet because I don't have any answer or any response back from TopStep. They are pretty inconvenient. Now, I can call them at 8 o'clock, which I will do. But let's move straight on into the numbers for the day. I can also do my chapters. This is really freaking frustrating. So let's look at our the numbers that are upcoming. This is, where'd that go? This is my old standard here, investing.com. All of these two news sources that I use are free. So, there you go. And here we are for Wednesday. I like this one because it has a nice, clear presentation. So that if I want to capture, copy or do a screen grab and slap it into a Discord or somewhere, it's easy to read for everyone. We had a non-farm payroll change here. They expected, they had a negative 3K. They expected a positive 52K, and we got a negative 32,000. Not a very good number. We have the S&P manufacturing and the construction spending and the S&P. This is the S&P manufacturing PMI, and that's up in 32 minutes. That's at about 8:45. And then we have the ISM PMI and prices at the top of the hour, 9 o'clock. The second, or the other news source that I now use more than, also I forgot to mention on the, you can also look at earnings, you can look at the whole week, and this is really important, I think, to spend a moment on here. here's the week, right? Here's Wednesday. This is a big week. Assuming the government shut down, oh boy, what a carnival we have going on there, a circus. We have, what's the saying? If you hire clowns, expect a circus. In DC at the moment. Wow. Anyway, assuming they don't shut down and the schedule stays as was, we have a big reports building today, tomorrow, and culminating on Friday with non-farm payroll, which is the largest, most focused upon report that there is right there. And it comes out the first Friday of every month. So there's that. The next order of business here is a financial juice, which is a new news source. They have a similar docket here on the left and more of a squawk box approach here on the right. It is also free, as you see right over here. Now, I haven't looked at this because I've been busy, jumping and running around trying to get this Bookmap straightened out with these guys. Here are the reports. Let's see if there's any extra stuff we don't see in here yet. There's a press briefing by that little blonde gal in the White House at 12, Levitt, whatever her first name is. I can't remember. Caroline, maybe? Terrible with names. And then Trump is going to do more executive signings, but that's at 15:30, so that's past our cash close. Johnson speaking at 9. That's not a good thing. This is all bullshit around this closure story, which is just politically, well, whatever. It is what it is. So these are my news sources, and that's where we're at. Back to the case at hand here. We're balancing out, heading into the numbers. You can see that we have pretty much two distributions in the overnight. And I can't really do anything about, now, these session prices and my high and low volume nodes are all pushed to Bookmap, but I can't really go through that with you. I guess I could use a, I'm not going to do that recording from yesterday, I was going to say, but now one of the things I'm going to do today until this gets straightened out is this is my IRT version of a Bookmap heat map, which will start at 8:30 when we open. This will start plotting the heat map, and there's the dome. And that's the problem right there. That is the problem. I've just understood what the problem is with the with Bookmap right here. Do you see it's only level 2? It's only level 1. And that prevents Bookmap from working. So I've identified the issue. Okay, well, there you go. That's it. And I've confirmed that with Bookmap early this morning that they must have full level 2 because that whole application is built around the dome. That's pretty weird because when I opened Jigsaw last night after, that's really weird. Anyway, so let's we know that we're going to be opening lower in range. And how do I determine that? We are going to open, if we open right here, right now, we are lower than the close. And we are within yesterday's RTH range, lower in range. Now that statistic, or that that happens to be where we opened yesterday also, lower in range. So this is, IRT conveniently highlights the correct statistics column. And typically, I would then enter these statistics against the session prices that they correlate to in Bookmap. But let's just run through how this statistic works. It looks back at 2,000 days. I guess everything else is working. Yeah, it looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower in range 588 of those days. Of these 588 days, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 496 times, or 84.4%. So I would enter the 84.4% adjacent to the overnight volume point of control for today on Bookmap, and that's the statistic that I would be looking for. And remember, these are just statistics based on two criteria. This is not a hard, fast line in the sand. It is a probability, but it gives you a good idea of what to expect. And then I would normally step through overnight mid, previous close, and so on and so on. And that's pretty much how it works. It's just kind of funny to not have anything else to do here with Bookmap. I can't activate the trade control panel or show you how to be able to trade with Bookmap. But I can, I will do my snap for the TLab here today. At 8:20, which is now. And what is the TLab? Well, it is a Bookmap Discord chat room right here, started by a guy named Tom B. right there. And I believe he's probably what he says he is, which is, whoa, no. He is a, you know, a professional trader with about 46 going on 47 or something years of experience. He is, now let me just qualify that. He doesn't ever trade live on that I've seen here in that Discord, nor does he call trades. But I do believe that he's the real deal. And one of the nice features of that place, as is with here, nothing is ever for sale. You're not solicited for anything. And there's a good crew of people over there. So if you want to, if you're zooming around the internet there and you want to drop in, check out the Traders Lab by Tom B. I don't recommend any of the other Bookmap Discord sites because I certainly haven't been to them all. I've only been to two others briefly because, typically the second word out of the guy's mouth was trying to sell you something. And that's fine. And if that's what Bookmap wants to support and that's what those traders want to do, that's okay. But that's not anything that I'm interested in. So there you go. 8:22 here. We're going to open the bottom of the hour. That isn't going to affect me. I will change my charting at 8:30 because I push all of these session prices under the covers there to anybody that wants them for free, 24/7 continuous live. And there's a lot of people around in different areas, different, like TLab, for example, and other places, Static, that use those levels in their charting because they don't have IRT. So there you go. Now I'm going to see what kind of drama I got back from these people at TopStep. Let's see if there's anything else I can do at this point. We know what the reports are. They are at 8:45 and 9, not at 8:30. There was something out at 7:30. We're going to open here in about 7 minutes. So there you go. hook in and hang on. I'm sorry for the inconvenience here. I'm going to put something in the chat. Okay. All right, so one nasty gram away now, and Jesus, it's really frustrating. So disappointing. This drama, I need to rethink what I'm doing here because this may not be. First of all, I do nothing wrong from my side, right? There's no problem with my credit card or my payment or I've not reset accounts or broken any rules, et cetera, et cetera. And they've recognized that and recognized that this is a problem on their side. This desire to force everyone to use TopStep X is not good, in my opinion. And I can tell you that I have suspicions as to why they're doing that. But then again, I'm perhaps it strikes me as a conspiracy, but there's a reason for these prop outfits doing that. I know the company that built Prop X, it's called Project X. Google it. They offer a full back office tools for these prop firms, including they can move you to the A book or the B book. And I suppose in my case, they've shoved me to a B book because of my insistence. But, my point is I have 5 accounts, which are, I don't want to do that. I have 5 accounts, which are in good standing. I've never had it blown one up, nor have I ever, God damn it, nor have I ever reset or any of that stuff. And they are all within basically a trade away from being XFAs. And that's important. It's been the goal. God damn it. Come on, Bookmap or IRT or whatever your freaking name is here. Ooh, big delay, big lags on IRT. Yeah, I don't want this. I mistakenly pulled the micro composite volume profile around today's trade, which is not what I want to do, huh? And look at us jump around here. I hate that. IRT has a problem with wait a minute here. Hold the phone. How can this be sick? That's the overnight, right? Okay. God damn, I hate that. There we go. Now we can move one. There we are. Boy. That was painful, huh? Not having any fun. Okay, so my levels are being pushed properly to anybody that's using them. Here we are, a little bit of that responsive buying, which I suggested would be the case to take some profit. And now I'm going to drop off and mute here and get on the phone with TopStep. So we'll see what happens with this. Okay. Sick of all this bullshit. So sick. Speak with a live agent. Data is down. Well, I've got a real good support person on the line, and I'm expecting that this will get sorted out here momentarily. So that's great. It can make such a difference who you get, you know. And this is an atypical situation for them. I can appreciate their, but you know, they fully understand and agree that I am completely in the right as far as you can't change the goalposts in the middle of the game. So even though Mike needs to make payments for his big digs up in Aspen there, you know. There you are. Okay, sorted out. And there we go. Bookmap. Bookmap is back on. Now I will catch up. So the first thing I need to do now is clear the notes. And this was the same open type. I'll go back and put the statistics in at some point, but we can see that we can see what we can see. I'll put in my, try to catch up here, put in my vertical marker so that I can keep a firm understanding of context. In order to trade with Bookmap, I will activate the trade control panel, select, you can either trade, this is the way you trade on Bookmap with your mouse. Either the chart, then only this active data column, the DOM, these DOM columns are both. Next thing I need to do here is select the multi-brackets, which I use. This is the 2-lot risk neutral package. And I also do the multi-account trading. Do all 5 of those other, or 4 of those other accounts with TopStep. Jesus, what a hassle. And now I have all the metrics up here. I've selected a way to trade. I don't need any of this bracket order business over here in the trade control panel. I confirm my size, and then I can close the trade control panel, and I'm active to trade. I'm live. I have all the metrics here. I have cancel and close. So here we go. Now let's start flagging the migrating VPOCs. Jesus, what a hassle. And now I'm going to take a minute to settle down, center myself, maybe meditate just a minute. It's really important when you're trading to recognize that the most important tool you have as a trader is on your side of the monitor. You need to be well rested, properly hydrated, and by all means not on any kind of a tilt, emotional or whatever. And this has been a big drama. I've been fighting since 5 o'clock last night till about 11 o'clock or, 2300, and then up again this morning at 5 and trying to get a hold of support and on and on and on. And it only takes getting one good person on the phone, and there you go. And that's what I did. A fellow named Kirk Lan was also a big help, but he was just doing what she could read. And it was the phone support with this fella that made the big difference. And it was very simple. It was just that the level 2 was not activated. And Bookmap, I discovered by talking with Bookmap this morning, just FYI, the entire program is built around the level 2, your level 2 DOM or order book. If you don't have this properly populated by your data, you cannot subscribe to an instrument. You cannot do anything. You will get exactly. You will get. Damn, I hate that. And you'll get that. This is what happened last night when I tried to log on after I closed and restarted the program. And I went to Bookmap early this morning because they're in Europe, Cyprus actually, support. And they said, well, that's definitely from Rhythmic side. It's from your provider. So I went to TopStep, who I pay this Rhythmic for, or pay for this Rhythmic. But this is what you'll get, and you get a blank screen on TopStep. So there's something important for you to know, maybe. I've also got confirmation back from the fella that developed the Jesus, what a week. Stream up chapter markers for the stream here, which I used quite extensively to put the add all of my timestamps for the chapters, and that's broken with the new OBS update, and he hasn't been able to fix it yet, quote unquote. But I did leave him a message last night on his Discord, and sure enough, it was there this morning when I woke up, an answer directly from the dev. So that was pretty cool. What I will probably do now that I've gotten this bullshit sorted out is determine if I can in fact I'll make sure I can copy or back up all of my settings and everything else in OBS and then roll it back and hopefully use that. The old one that worked great. I don't give a shit whether I have an updated OBS or not. It worked like $1,000,000, so that's all I care about. That was a real unfortunate lapse of my normal concentration or my normal practice. I don't usually just update the first time I get told about one. Sunday night OBS, when I fired up OBS, it popped up and said there's an update, so I just clicked OK rather than no. And I've been fighting that battle ever since this week. And then the Bookmap drama happened with level 2 here last night. So I guess we're okay. Jesus. All right, I'm going to take a walk here, clear my head, think about what's going on from a point of view of in anticipation for this not getting fixed. I had IRT is still not right because it's not showing level 2. I need to shut IRT off and restart it, I believe. You see here that I'm not getting level 2 data on the dome. I was going to be using the this heat map version or this Bookmap version of IRT, which I built for in case I couldn't get my Bookmap back. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Worry about that now. Let's see what we got going on over here. Well, nothing yet. The IBs haven't set. That's correct. It's only 9 o'clock in the morning. So they won't start plotting and we won't start getting any signals. That's a good thing. I think I'm going to have to restart IRT. I'm going to try to avoid rebooting Bookmap because it seems that everything else is working. I will Seems like we have everything happening over here. We've got our level volume profiles. We're on the or the day session, RTH session only. All that part's okay. What I'm not seeing is a level 2 book or the dome. So I'm going to save all of this and restart my investor RT, which will provide a hiccup for everybody in their session prices, but c'est la vie. It's amazing how reliant we become on this technology and the things we use every day, or at least me. And then when it falls over, you're busy running around going, "What the hell?" You know. So let's see if any of this makes a difference here now. Well, we're fast approaching the IB high. That profit taking off last night's short inventory seems to be working out, and I would guess we're entering a bit of a directional day here. See if everything else is still firing okay. No. I'm still not seeing level 2 here on my IRT dome, on my IRT dome. I don't know. And it very definitely worked because I have, this should be plotting a heat map just like Bookmap, right? But you see it's only level 1 because it's only the inside bid and ask. Okay, I'm closing that off. And we just hit the IB high. Now, remember, this is not the IB statistic. This is merely moving the IB up, right? So the IB high or low continues to plot for the first 1 hour. All the initial balance high or low are is the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH session and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session, period. So the statistic is not active until 9:30. Real important to remember, I believe. I'm going to play catch up now that I have things working here. And what I mean by that is I will now input the statistics from IRTs. Here's our active open type. Remember how this works. It looks backwards at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we open lower in range, 589 of them. Of the 589 days we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight VPOC 84.4%. You see the blue highlights here? That means we've already hit those levels. So 84.4. Overnight volume point of control just left. Where did it go? It's right there under the Globex VWAP, so it's 84.4. And now all I'm going to do here, what the hell's going on? This keyboard's tits up. I tell you, if it wasn't for dumb shit, I wouldn't know what to do. Okay, let's try it again. Play it again, Sam. 84.4. Well, that works. My old keyboard, I only use Microsoft ergonomic keyboards. I've got 3 of them here on the cable on my primary for this trading computer. Just decided to take a shit. The ground, the sheath broke and that interrupted the ground. I thought I fixed it last night, but there you go. And now I'm going to just step down through the list. So we did the overnight volume point of control. I'm going to do the overnight mid at whatever that is, 83.4. Yeah. So the overnight mid went somewhere. Need to find them over here, probably right there. But at the open, 83.4. These are for the purpose of the recording and the stream, are the reason I'm doing this now. Previous close was 73.8. And normally, of course, I would have done all of this at 8 o'clock in the morning, or right about then. The overnight high we've already taken out. Oh, no, we have not. The overnight high is 52.5. I'm doing this to kind of let myself settle down and my focus come proper here. Previous value area high we have taken, and that is 57.9. Okay. Previous low was 51.4. Must be down here somewhere, like about right there. Now, obviously, this looks like I'm cheating, but it's what I'm doing is putting these on for the purpose of the recording and the stream. Normally, this is done every morning in the pre-market. Previous high is 40.2. And I'm going to quit right there. We are approaching the IB statistic. What is that again? Well, after 9:30, the IB high and the IB low no longer move with price. The IB statistic is at that point active. The IB statistic says that there is greater than 98.1% probability in this open type and greater than 97.9% probability in all four open types that price will exceed the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. And that's what we just getting ready to do. It isn't the statistic yet. It's only 828. So price will go up. The IB high will go up a little further. Pretty quick. Now, and there you are. You see it moved there? This stair-stepping between the flag and the line is perfectly anticipated behavior because the data that drives both of these, flag and line, is identical and pushed simultaneously and in live real time from IRT to these two indicators in Bookmap, the cloud note column and this indicator. The reason for the staggering is the The least refresh time I can set in the Cloud Note column is 1 minute. Obviously, the boys and girls that coded up this line indicator have it set for more frequent than that. That's the reason it steps, and so there you go. Now the IB statistic is live. It is 9:30 and 25 seconds. There's 9:30. So the minute we take this line out, the IB statistic will be hit. And at that point, I can start anticipating one of the two trades which I'm currently vetting, the IB continuation or the IB failure. They are the two trades associated with the initial balance statistic. And they are pretty self-explanatory. Once we take the IB statistic, we can test up, come back down, not get any higher, and mean revert. That's the IB failure. It is basically a fancy name for mean reversion based around the IB statistic. The other one is that we trade up, pull back, nothing lower, and we continue on. That's the IB continuation trade. One thing that I very definitely recommend or advise, do not try to trade to the statistic. Oh boy, we're above the POC, we're above the VWAPs, we're above the mid, we're close to the IB high. I'm going to go long in anticipation of taking the statistic. Let's pretend that we did that at 70.30 right here. And let's see what happens. Well, guess what happened? You would be on the verge of stopping out. The statistic has not been satisfied. We have not taken out the IB high or the IB low. There you go. And I say that with all sincerity based on my own experience and my own data. I would try to jump the gun thinking I was going to be a clever boy and immediately get spanked. And that, doesn't mean that it's not going to go ripping up through there and rock on. I mean, it just means that the statistic isn't live. Now, if you're doing something else, if you're doing a mean reversion trade, first of all, a mean reversion trade from these highs would be outside in. You wouldn't be going long. So there's that. Another important thing to remember, in my opinion, is the hell is going on over here? Another important thing to remember, in my opinion, is yes, I use a risk-neutral trading methodology. And yes, it's great. And it really has a huge psychological impact positively when you achieve the risk-neutral scale. You put your helmet on, you put your feet up, and you let the trade play out. And if you're not vetting a trade, you can also manage the trade by, adjusting your target out further to a known level or something like that. But remember that the scale, the risk-neutral scale, is not the objective. You're not here to scratch. If you're trading a brokerage account, you're not here to scratch and pay a broker's commission. You're here to make money. That's the purpose of a business. And there is the statistic. Bam. Right there. Okay, now what are we going to do? Are we going to do an IB continuation or an IB failure? Let's see something else. Let's go over here and let's look at our friend right here now. This is the backtest chart just because it shows the signals. And I want to point out that these lines that I have plotted here are custom indicators on this chart, as are the session or the signals. They have absolutely nothing to do with the trading system or with anything else other than this chart. They are strictly for me to visually determine that the signals are firing where they should and see what the hell's going on. Now, what are we doing here? Well, we're ripping, right? We're just blasting off. We took out the IB statistic and we've gone up to the pullback zone, which should be a signal actually. And this is the continuation pullback where we trade up. We take the statistic, we trade up to this zone, we pull back to the IB and we continue on. This would typically be an IB continuation signal. But I'm not seeing the A and I'm not seeing the B. So, the best laid plans of mice and men, I guess. The thinking or the logic is that the IB continuation is suggested in a directional auction and context. The IB failure, which is mean reversion, obviously, is the opposite. It's suggested in a mean reversion or rotational day. What the hell is the context? Let's look at our context here, boys and girls. There's the open. What's the context today? Pretty much up, huh? I know what this crap was. Oh, these were those reports. Yes, very definitely. We had a report at 8:45 and we had another one at 9. So now there we go, and we're off and running. Do I take an IB failure here? That wouldn't be the suggested trade because what are we? Well, it looks to me like we're pretty directional. This is what I am trying to eliminate by specifically identifying rules and then backtesting them, at which point I will rely on the law of large numbers and the probability. At this point, I'm floundering, sort of. I'm in the process. And I'm puzzled as to why in the Sam Hill none of these signals are firing. Oh, I know exactly what. So here we go. The signal for the IB statistic to the upside, the IB high, is that we have an open below and the IB, and we have a close above the IB, which is satisfied. However, the next step of the rule is that the previous bar, the close of the previous bar, is above the open and below the initial balance. So this is not a rule number one, A. Then we have an extravaganza up here to B. And this would be then the trigger for IB continuation, but we don't have the rules yet. And what's happening here? I'm busy looking at rules, and I ought to be busy being short. But you see, this is how trading's starting to make sense to me. Man, I'm disappointed about that keyboard. I'm going to have to cut the damn wire and then solder it all back together. I tried to half-ass it last night with a butt splice, and that worked about as good as a butt splice. Splicing your butt. Now we have a IB failure signal trying to happen here. We got down below it, but we didn't close. You saw it be a little bit of an M there, or a B, and that, but it didn't do that. What the IB failure trade is, we take the statistic, we trade down to this pullback zone, we trade back up to within 1 point of the IB. That's what these dotted lines are for, to mark those out. That's 1 point either side of the IB, and then we go short. So here we have the close is within the pullback zone. That's why we're getting a B signal here. Well, this is working out pretty cool. I'm pretty happy about that, and I'm over the moon happy that the damn thing is working. Boy, you can imagine the shock on my face when I stood here all day yesterday narrating this and closed the screen and said goodbye to everybody, and then I always turn Bookmap off each at 1600 each day when the market closes, to lock up and, capture that one full trading day, ETH and RTH, and then reopen again at 1700. And you can imagine my surprise when I reopened at 1700 and there were no instruments and I was getting all this drama. What threw me for a loop was that I could have Bookmap, I could have IRT functioning, and also Jigsaw functioning, and Jigsaw had full level too. So I'm a little surprised as to how the hell they did that. Be honest with you. But what I see here from looking at this dome, well, I've closed that. The dome is that there is not a level 2 feed, and I've restarted Rhythmic. So at 4 o'clock today, I'll restart everybody, including Rhythmic, and fingers crossed and whatever else. Oh, now look what we've had, a VPOC migration. So what does that mean? That is one of Antonio's favorite trades. Not really. He has the same opinion about it that I do. It is a statistic and a setup followed by a lot of folks at the TLab and other places, and it does make sense. Start with the definition of the POC. It is nothing more than the marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far at 67, whatever it is, 30, the most contracts have traded in the RTH section right here. Let's call it 62.72. The very split second that this level right down here or any other level trades one contract more than here, this yellow line is going to go there. It's just the marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded. What does that say? Well, first of all, we plot the yellow line here to get an idea of where acceptance is happening. Now, some people call it retail. Some people call it most fair price. In my opinion, it is exactly what I just said. It represents the price at which the most contracts have traded. So the most number of sellers thought it was okay to sell here, and the most number of buyers agreed with them and bought there at that price. The second split second that number changes, this yellow line will move. So, but the setup then is the thinking, the logic goes like this. If the accepted price to trade is going up, that means value is going up. And so it makes sense to those who trade this that they would be looking for a long here. My problem is who can't possibly recognize the yellow brick road when it moves, this yellow line. But what is the important part of any setup? It's just like the IB setup or the VPOC migration or any of the others. The setup is the easy part. It's it is the data or the parameters or the criteria, whatever word you want to use, that validates the entry. That's the important part. And with this trade, you can have this level right here of support. That might be where you go long. They may come down and do what Tom refers to as a price check at aisle 3, where they come down here and see if this is still too low and then go up. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. And I'm not vetting that trade. I'm vetting the IB trades. Now, I haven't taken either one because typically, as I said, the context looks like it's up. That would suggest continuation. But that didn't pan out very good right here. If you got long here for a continuation trade, you're pretty disappointed about life over here where you're stopped out. And there's another thing that's important to consider, and that is your entry location as it relates to where we've been trading. If you think that an IB continuation up here is a good idea, look at where your stop's going to be, and you enter along. Where's your stop going to be? Right smack dab in the middle of this consolidation and all of this traffic. Now, if you entered it long up here, you're stopped out right here, and now this has happened. Yeah, the joy of trading. Oof. Well, I'm guessing everything. I don't know how to just I don't know how the hell you open a dome. Chart trading dome. Well, there you go. And again, it is just level 2. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. Oops. Oopsie daisy. I wanted to get rid of that dome and I shut off the whole chart. Oops. So now I'll go back over here and have to open that damn thing up again. And I think I remember what I called it. Boop. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. How do I get rid of the frickin'... I don't want the trading dome on here. I don't know how to... Now I don't know what to do. Delete sidebar, add button. Here we go. I bet down here. There we go. They hid the little X on me. Don't like it when she does that. All right. I did not reconfigure the expected moves today. I was upside down yesterday. I will do that now. So here we are. I'm sorry for the confusion. I'm happy that the confusion has been sorted out, apparently. I hope, or maybe, or something. What else am I doing? I was going to do something else here. I'm not going to have, I've gotten word back from the dev. I think I said this earlier, that the chapter markers update is tits up and he hasn't had time to fix it. So I'm going to look into rolling back my OBS update. Wish I knew exactly which update was working properly. I wonder if there's a update history somehow or another associated with that. That was the only thing. They've got all this other crap they put in here, all this menu to eliminate all these things, and a bunch of tools and all this stream up shit. And I don't care about any of it. The one thing I care about, they didn't fix. And there's not an alternative to it that I'm aware of. So what are we going to do now? Well, there are some folks that would call these a bar trade, which is a consolidation and then a breakout and a retest. Breakout and retest. Breakout, is it going to retest? And then what's it going to do? I'm not going to enter a trade here because I don't want to do that. It's important for me in this point, in this environment, to consider only A+ setups, because I think it's very, very important that we limit our risk exposure in this volatile environment that we're in, based on, basically attributable to the administration. And there's nothing, I'm not saying anything political. What I'm saying here is a fact. And go back and look at your charts. There is an extremely high probability that any time a few of those people, Trump being the primary one, the president, gets near a microphone or a camera, he's liable to say something random that'll have a huge impact on the auction. When that happens, you can't manage your risk. Our prime directive as a trader is to preserve your account and compound your account positively. And you do that by managing risk and taking trades which have a high probability of or expectancy and a very favorable risk to reward ratio. And that's the fact, Jack. Let's see what's going on now. As a matter of fact, well, the PMI is a crap out. I guess it's maybe 0.1. Crude was out at 930. It's obviously the the inventory built, so that's not good. I don't believe this at all. What I'm looking for here is, and I don't see, well, there's a Trump signing at orders at 1530, so that's after our cash market. Here's a House Dems press conference. What will they say? I don't know. And it's all about the, government closure, and everybody's pointing fingers at everybody else. And the little blonde gal here is going to have herself a press conference at 12. Remember that this is my free, these are both free. Oh, the Supreme Court blocks Trump from firing Fed Governor Cook. That's pretty incredible. Good for them. I mean, I'm not a lawyer or but I'm glad that there's not just complete, capitulation on the part of everybody. There's supposed to be a balance of power, checks and balances. That's the whole idea. Otherwise, it's, Cuba or Venezuela or El Salvador. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's not a good thing. So this is the Financial Juice. It's the free version. There is a docket of things that are happening here. Plus, there's kind of a squawk box idea going on over here. My old standard is investing.com, where I can look at the whole week, and I can these snaps are much easier for me to, I think, much clearer to capture and then put into like Discord or whatever for people, daily update, which I do in a couple of places, TLab and whatnot, every morning around 6. And they're free. And if you don't, want to pay money, knock yourself out. You can also see earnings. You can look at holidays. You can look at whatever. I like this one. It doesn't have the squawk box feel or facility that Financial Juice does, and that's kind of why I have them both. And what are we doing? Well, this could be considered a bar trade, breakout and retest. The problem is there's the 11th commandment is thou shalt not diddle in the middle. The POC being the middle, not the mid, but the mean, let's put it that way. So the bar trade says it's a breakout and a retest. So there's the consolidation, there's the breakout, there's the retest, and this is 100% rear view mirror trading, right? This is what internet gurus do. Well, why did I pick this one? Well, what about this one? 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 Go to the hard right edge and tell me how you knew that it was going to go up and not down. You didn't. So that's first. Secondly, to do with diddling in the middle, at what point does a VPOC migration turn into taking a trade from the middle out off the POC? That's a question I haven't answered to myself, and therefore I'm aware of that. You need to be, I think it's important for every trader to be really aware. As I said, the most important tool you have is on your side of the monitor, right? It's your brain. Are you healthy? Are you hydrated? Are you calm? Are you aware? Are you on tilt for some reason? If the answer to those questions are all yes and then the last one no, well then good. The next thing you need to do is you need to be very aware of the fact that we have all of these emotions, FOMO, revenge trading, boredom, all that stuff, they are your monkey mind. They have been developing over these, hundreds, thousands of years of evolution or evolvement of this species, not necessarily the creation, don't get upset, but the evolvement. And you're never going to eliminate them. What you need to do is be aware within yourself and recognize them. I recognize when I'm feeling FOMO. I recognize if I'm getting bored and starting thinking about being sloppy on my rules, and then you don't act on those. That's the way I think you need to approach it. Another thing that's really important now, somebody's talking, if I remember the news right, oh yes, the Democrats, okay, or committee or whoever they are, whatever they are. The suggested trade is the continuation trade, which we're getting so far. We didn't there very far, and we got hammered right here. These you see this price action right here is a good example of my reasoning for the range requirement, or as Tom would put it, meat on the bone. If I'm going to get long right here, I need to have a minimum of 3 points unobstructed, which takes me to my first risk neutral scale, or wherever your risk neutral scale is, however many points or ticks that is. And here's a perfect example. Anytime you have an obstruction or an obstacle, which are these levels here, price can react to them. And what did it do? It reacted right there. And you're stopped out. Who's to say why now we're trading on? They traded up, they got back, they brought up the POC, they couldn't get any traction lower, and now they're going higher. Okay, it's real easy to see in the rearview mirror, but tell me that action right there is any different than that action, or that this here. That's the secret, or the deception of the internet gurus and the people that trade in the rearview mirror and don't trade live. They're not trading the hard right edge. They're trading in the rearview mirror. And that can be real deceptive depending on how good of an orator they are, or a debater, or a, person like that. You can get deceived quite easily. And I think I've pretty well got my shit together here now I'm settled down. I'm watching the market. I'm keeping an eye on my emotions, my monkey mind. Monkey boys out in the backyard playing. Let's see what we've got in the way of Mookie over here now. Let's have some Mookie. Oh, I didn't want to do that one. Let's do that one like this. Okay, now, there we go. Get the whole world back to normal here. Okay, we got some music going. We got IRTing over here, except for the level 2. Now we don't have level 2, which is fine because I'm not trading live here. And you can trade live with the level 1 inside book if you want to, but that's the point. The point is I'm not getting a full book. Well, I don't have the dome open, but you can see. I showed that a minute ago. Let's see what's going on look at now. Here we go with our signals, right? My signals. So here is a good B signal, and here's a trigger. And why is that? Well, this was higher than the close. This was higher than the upper part of the upper boundary of the pullback, and it closed, and the low was within the pullback, so it fires the trigger. Price trades back up to within 1 point either side of the IB low, and this is the rule, or the second criteria signal, and then this is the trigger. These would be for the IB high failure. to go short. However, we don't have the IB statistic properly set. So, no trade. For me. And there you have it. Boop. Uncle Rules get me out. Last week or the other day, I hope I made a screen snap of that. It was real clear. We traded up like this, did not have the proper IB continuation setup and rules. I made the mistake of taking an IB continuation trade and got stopped out. And the next signal was the IB failure, and it ripped all the way across the range. So there you are. Well, fingers crossed everything's working okay here. Seems so. Just and now it's you can see our criteria here for the A rule has been met, as I was talking about earlier. Why this one was not the signal. The previous bar did not meet the criteria. It does here. Previous open is lower than the previous close, is below the IB. The open is below the IB and the close is above the IB. And the previous bar meets the criteria. We get a we get a signal. This trigger is meaningless because we need B. Either up here for the continuation, or down here for the failure. I guess I'll just be on the right screen here now that I've been busy talking about it. Once again, here's our trigger. Here's the A signal confirmed. Open below the IB, close above the IB, previous bar, open lower than the IB, close lower than the IB, but the close is higher than the open. So in other words, the market's moving up. The reason that didn't fire before, again, right here, was because we didn't have the situation with the previous bar. Man, these are just rules I've cooked up so far, so, shoot your best shot. Now, following these rules for the IB continuation trades, I have nothing to do now. I have my first rule. I need to have a B. Again, will be closed down here or up here. And I'm sort of wondering why I don't have a B up here, to be honest with you. Get my tea organized here and my plate out of the way from my homemade sourdough German rye toast. Ooh, baby, say that once real. Slathered with butter. Yum, says Fat Billy. Yeah, it's a bummer. I gotta fix that keyboard cord. I guess I'll just cut it, split it, solder them all together. I was hoping I could put that off until the weekend. Sort of puzzled as to why in the hell I'm not getting a signal over here, a B signal over here for the IB continuation. And all of these little boys up here, I need to remember just what that was. It has to do with the rule count, I'm sure, the bar count, I'm sure, but I have to verify this. That's why I built this chart. Strictly for visual confirmation. He said. Okay, let's see now. I'm pretty amazed at all this going again. I'll be really happy when I get my chapters down. I haven't figured out a way to do them either. I got so reliant on that Stream Up chapter manager that the purpose of this stream, which I probably didn't get into earlier in the pre-market, was I don't multitask well, and my idea and my thinking here is that I capture everything on my monitors in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking, so I don't have to be screen snapping and typing and doing all of this stuff for the journaling, I can be focused on trading. And that's the goal. That's the name of the game. And that's why I was so reliant on the chapters. Because I could just hit I have all the hotkeys built, and I could just hit the hotkeys and bam, in they went. To a text file. And then the reason, one of the things about YouTube is you can't even use a tool that puts the chapter markers into the video file, because YouTube doesn't recognize that. What you need to do after this live stream is published by YouTube, or even in the process, after the stream is closed, you take the text file with the chapter markers, the time in sequence, and whatever chapter markers you put in there, and they go into the description of the video of the stream. And then when it finishes processing, those chapter markers are there. So the story goes. In that case, then, in order for me to do some alternate idea, I need to have like an Excel sheet up. Type in or grab a snap of the chapter title, and then throw in the time, and the part about the chapter markers that's important, and that is required by YouTube. It has to be relative to the start of the stream. So in other words, the open is not at 0830 Central Standard Time. It is at 0030, 30 minutes in from the start. There's that. I suppose you could build some sort of a tool that would do that, but I just assumed use what worked and be pissed that it doesn't work anymore. To build the other signals. The reason I'm not getting any signals up here, I haven't built them. I need to build an IB continuation long signals, which would be from here up. But I'm not going to do that now. But there was a signal for that. It was right, there's the A. Here would be either here, or one of these would be the B. And the trigger would be this one, or this one, and not stopped. So. So there you go. Drop a like in the or a thumbs up and a subscribe. That'd be cool. If you don't want to do either of those, send money. That's also cool. Drop something in the chat. Where are you? What are you trading? Is this worthwhile? Is this BS? What? If you would be interested in or could use these session prices free, automatically push 24, in real time from 1700 on Sunday night Central Standard Time until 1600 Friday afternoon Central Standard Time. Just like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and we'll make a plan to hook up, and I'll get them to you. They're free. I provide them to a lot of people. It comes out from a Google, and in the form of a CSV file. So you can use them a lot of different ways. You can paste them into this indicator data from the data column of the indicator. You can put them in the Cloud Note column. You can use them in other programs, or just have the spreadsheet up and see what the levels are. However you go after it. I'd like to figure out a way, but I keep having other hiccups. Show them rear their little heads like yesterday. It would be nice to have the signals that I have on my IRT chart on the Bookmap. Then I would know, maybe not necessarily the signals, but at least the levels. I could probably do that. I don't know. I could obviously do it by changing the data that drives these price levels, but I like those price lines. So I got to think about it. I'm pretty sure you can only have one indicator named that at a time. Oh, I know what I could probably do. The reason for the levels on my chart, as I said, is so that I can visually analyze and confirm or not that those triggers and levels and signals are correct, and that will imprint, and I should be long now, right? Because I had the IB continuation signals almost perfectly, if not perfectly. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, we're going to get up here and tag that previous RTH high, apparently. New. No, I suppose I've tipped over Bookmap. Or IRT, I mean. Give it a minute to think. And hopefully it'll come back to life. Boy, it doesn't want to edit that at all. Come on, man. I don't want the signal to be called that. And it doesn't want to allow me to edit anything, and I don't know why. I build my own trading computers, and maybe there's something goofy going on with this one. It's it's built on a Creator i9 12900K latest Intel processor at the time, a couple years ago. There's 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, and the weak link in the chain is probably the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3060 12 gig GPU. Well, this is just really goddamn frustrating. Now I can't seem to do that, so let's go cancel. Son of a bitch. Always something, man. Always something. That you don't know, that I don't know, whatever. Why it's struggling here, I don't know. Excellent IV continuation trade though, just working out lovely. There's if you got in at the signals, that's 32, so there's 42, there's 10, and another 2 is 4. So this would be that target. That would have been the T2 target right there. And I'm busy messing around with a goddamn range over here. Stupid. Valupid. Oh well. It's frustrating that this damn thing doesn't do what it as I want it to do. It's got a memory leak. I think IRT does have a memory leak. It's very easy to get this thing bogged down. It's bogged down right now. It's not doing anything. It's supposed to be doing something. See that? I'm going to save this if I can. I would have thought I could open the signals. Well, I'll leave her alone for now. Very definitely a nice IB continuation though, look at there. So that would be a missed trade absolutely on my part. Again, what's to say that this is the one compared to this is the one? But at least this is a little more logical. And if I can get the signals working over here right, I'm going to shut IRT down and redo it. Just because I'm sick and freaking tired of that happening. Look at there. Somebody said something. Perhaps not. Perhaps that was it. No, yeah, that's above that resting liquidity that's been in there a long time. And we got the next 184 up here at the half. Just stick with the normals, normal here. We are getting it is processing a lot of data. Whoa, VPOC migration, looky there. So are they going to continue to rip this thing higher? Looks like so. Wow, if you were in that IB continuation trade, you are one happy camper. Yes, I'm pissed. No, I'm not. But you know what? The markets are an endless stream of opportunities. If you approach trading as a business, not a video game, the actual truth is there's no such thing as a missed opportunity. There's only the next one. The key is to approach it as a business, and it is a business of probabilities. That's the correct way to approach it. By golly. So funny that I don't have those chapter markers. I have this nag every time I say something, or which would normally be a chapter. I have this nagging feeling that I'm forgetting something because I should be hitting a hotkey sequence of hotkeys to add the chapter. Funny. Anybody here in earshot know how to back up completely all the settings in OBS, and so that you can roll it back and then bring in, you know, I have a lot of settings to do with my different audio sources and themes and filters for each, etc. That reminds me, I gotta see about this tool thing. What's that? Auto advanced scene switcher. And that sumbitch reset everything. Boo, hiss boo. It's like any update, right? I'm sure it'll work out in the wash and be a good thing. It's just that it broke a couple of things that I use a lot, and that's annoying. It's especially annoying with me. I'm annoyed with myself because I should know better than to accept an update for something I rely on without, you know, looking at doing some background. And the more complicated things become, you know, programs and interaction and stuff, I suppose, the more critical that is going to, that, you know, being cautious is going to become. Wow, boy, oh boy, isn't that something? Look at that bad boy go. Wonder if this stupid thing is going to do what it's supposed to now, or yet, or something. This is what I want to do. I want to get rid of that. Let's see if I can edit this thing. I need to change that name is the problem. That's not what I want. B. Above. And it's 10. And it is gonna be something else. Another kind of color. I don't know which. Let's go that color there. Oh, that's a pretty big B there, isn't it? Make that an 8, I guess. Now I need to find out how to get to that damn thing and change the name. I want to save that. There we go. BC belong. BBRV 1 signal. That's how I call them. And now I want to delete this one. Oh, confusing. And then I want to add that signal. Add technical indicator, signal marker, wherever that went, right there. And I want to go to my all-time favorite, IBC long here V1. Right. And then this is going to be a B above, color. Well, I didn't like that color so much. What other color can I use here? Okay. Okay, let's see if that applies. Add. Add close. Alright, son of a bitch, now it's doing this. Is it back testing? Why did it do a back test? I have no frickin' clue. Why it would back test 500 days, I got no idea. Alright, I'm gonna... Now the trigger would be the same. I think I'll have to change, have to confirm that, but there's A. This is B, that's right. B, 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 and then we have a trigger. Well, actually we have a trigger right there. And that would be a long IB. That would be an IB continuation long. And that is, those are correct, and it would not be stopped out, and we would be at T2. So I'm a pretty happy guy about that. There you go. And there you have it. All right, so I'm going to step away here, let my eyes focus. It's really important because we spend so much time in front of the screens. Your eyes have focusing muscles, close up and long distance or far away. It's real important about once an hour or so, depending on how much time you spend on your monitor, to go outside, get in the sunlight, the bright light, and focus on the horizon, or, you know, a long range focus for a while. Get those, exercise all of those muscles. Trust me, when you get to be my age, you'll realize why. So let's look at this here. This is a, the rule is coded up now. The rules are coded up now. So here's A, B, trigger, long. Fantastic. No heat, essentially. And full full targets. So that's the way it should be. Okay. I don't know what other kind of trouble I can get into here now. Probably something. Wow. What a bump, huh? Well. Looks like everything's working okay now. I don't know what the hell this big run up is to new all-time highs again. Jesus Christopher Christ. I guess I closed that 401k a little bit early. 2 weeks ago or something, and now it's up about 100 points since then. Well, there's the latest one from the 22nd, and now we're up here to a new all-time high again. How's Mr. Backtest doing over here? Well, rule number A, first rule, second rule, trigger for the long. And no no stop, no heat. Oh. Well, if you had to guess what the context was, what would you guess? BPOC migrations just walking straight up the board? And who knows how high they're going. Unfortunately, that doesn't fit into my world at all. But. I see that the press secretary says they're going to announce a BLS head nominee soon. I guess I'm confused. I thought when Trump fired the last one, that would be the non-farm payroll before last, that they appointed a new guy, and I thought that was it. I didn't realize that he was just interim. And apparently Trump can't quit insulting Powell. The President of the United States insulting with childish names the Fed chair on a social media. Wow. What a strange world we live in now, isn't it? Crazy. For me. Hard to believe. in this environment other than be happy I got the thing straightened out. What a day. Here, look at this day. And why would that be, do you suppose? There wasn't any good numbers. I have no idea. What I can say is that it's the irrational exuberance is breathtaking. My. I guess it's as simple as the market goes down to go up and goes up to go down, goes down to go up. And with the ES for the last memorable few months, it's been up and to the right, you know. That's pretty much it. By the dip. It's kind of been the winner. Kind of been the winning philosophy here. Buy the dip. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do about the chapter markers and getting the proper, being able to input the proper stuff to the stream until this fella gets the code fixed, the developer. To be honest with you, I'm real apprehensive in rolling back OBS to a previous state. I don't know. Not sure what to do here. Everything else working pretty much as was. It's only the chapter marker story that isn't working. Well, the 12 to 1 trade is, our statistic is definitely paying out. I'm not sure why exactly, but I did hear an interesting statistic that the historically, the market makes highs or continue, or let's say progresses higher in every government shutdown. That's kind of a statistic I'm a little bit apprehensive about why, but that's it. The market has moved higher in every government shutdown. Whether we've actually had a government shutdown yet or not, I don't know. I think today was it. So, seasonality-wise, I guess that would figure in. I'm talking to myself and I've still got the mic on. Welcome to my world. Okay, we're about ready to get to the world famous power hour. I hope somebody got along. Not me. But I'm pretty happy with life so far. That's it. Got to do some repair work on my keyboard now. One thing, it's another. Got to shorten one of the keyboard wiring. Let me see if I can. My, look at that damn thing go. Holy smokes. Well, I'm pretty amazed about this. They are really going crazy. I guess they're looking for 7,800 or 6,800. I have no idea why. But that seems to be the point. Is this a blow off top? Or are we going to have the... Is this the big capitulation? I don't know. I am truly surprised. Quite a surprising afternoon here. I just had I use old Microsoft ergonomic keyboards. I've got 3 of them. The cable has gone goofy on one, and it's just, I wiggle it and it goes beep, beep, I can hear it. A little short. So I started to fix it, and I thought, I bet I can just buy an old one and keep for parts because the keys or whatever else it is, right? Well, I logged on. Now everybody apparently realizes they're good. $400 each. I about fell over. Should have grabbed more of them when I left the last place I had them. I figured 3 was plenty, right? I am pretty surprised about that. By golly. I can't even keep us 1 point high here like I prefer because the range is too great. Typically, I like to have this price ladder 1 point high, and then the full session in view. Cannot do it because we've got too big a range. What are we at? 67.70, 65 points. Well, that's makes sense, I guess. Yeah, 65 handles on the ES. Well, we're over the hump in the final power hour. I saw something here I was trying to read and I couldn't get it straight. Yeah, I got no idea what to tell you here. I'm just pleased that the damn thing is working. Tomorrow I'll be firing on all cylinders. I get tipped over easy. All right, it seems like everything's keeping up. That's pretty great. Of course, yesterday everything was fine until I shut Bookmap down and restarted. That's when it fell over. There was absolutely no problem with Rhythmic or IRT, and I brought Jigsaw up and it worked fine too. So I'm a little bit puzzled, but we'll see what happens. As long as it stays like this, I'm a happy guy. What do you say? What do you want to say about that? Pull back long, pull back long, pull back long. Boop, anywhere you want to hit it, you could have. A trend day, meaning there's no value area. Price is looking for value, that's the theory. What do you suppose volume? I'm going to guess 115%. Ooh, 92 fell off. It was 110 last time I looked. And now we're down to an average true range of 2.5 points. No short interest. Look at there. Or, no, I guess a lot of short interest. Yeah, never mind. Yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got going around the horn here now. Are we getting any signals on the world famous the IB continuation trade? The signals were fantastic, and right there. Signals go as follows. They need to go in order A, B, and trigger. Because I haven't taken the time to mess with having them be sequential and exclusive. So here's A. There's the A trigger. There's the B trigger into the continuation, and then here's the pullback to the area that we want, and this is the trigger to go long right there. And look at that with no heat. Yeah. Now, just a word again, none of the lines here, none of the lines on the lines and the signals on this chart are just for my visual reference. They represent the zones within the trading system and the signals within the trading system and the IB high and the IB low, of course, but they have nothing to do with the trading system, nor would they trade automatically. I suppose I could set up one of the triggers, but then you'd have all these, right? Now you could manually, for example, when you saw the trigger, you could manually buy the limit. That would work, I think, but it's not automatic in any way. And I'm not looking at that yet. What I want to do is these are the trading rules for the IB continuation and failure, both long and short. And I use this to backtest and get the parameters and stuff that I need for backtesting, and then and my manual trading. Here's our open type. You see how these are highlighted? Well, first of all, the column is highlighted blue because IRT graciously does that, so you are sure or can confirm that you've identified the open type properly. And then you notice how some of the levels are highlighted blue instead of gray. Well, each one that is blue has been hit today or revisited today. So all of these levels have been revisited today that are the blue color. Okay. Here's where we sit for, this is the overnight RTH, overnight RTH, other way around. That's how it goes. And every level you ever wanted to have across here, I think. Yeah, what do you want? Here we are. What can I say? These expected moves, I didn't update last night. I was too busy trying to figure out why the hell Bookmap fell over. So I will do them tonight. It's real simple. These are expected moves based on implied volatility from the options market at the inside, at the money strike, or the S&P or the SPX. And then you multiply, and then you add that expected move to, or what I do is add the expected move to the open at the first session open for the ETH. And that's where I get these. And this is an experiment. Somebody said they did that and it worked, and I'm looking to see if that happens, if it does. But these are not accurate today. The idea behind them, I believe, is that if I understand the principle of the expected move and the black shoals, is that they would represent one standard deviation either side of the open price for whatever you use as a base or a mean. They would be one standard deviation either side of that. The idea being that would contain the majority of the trade, because trade typically mean reverts. So there you go. And here we are at La La Land. So I will do the, I'm not going to risk the quality and the settings that I've labored so hard to get on the, for all of the OSB connections that I've got. I don't think for those chapter markers. I'm going to hope that this kid gets his act together over there and gets that updated pretty quick. Let's hope. Let's hope. We're going to swing the final curve here in another 4.5 minutes, and then I'll do the recap, such as it is, and the love the market on close imbalance at 1450, and then the stream will close as usual at 1500 to restart tomorrow morning at 0800, and let's hope that all software and signals are firing as expected. Looking gal walking by here. I might have to chase her down. There we go, around the curve. There we go. Okay. So here we go. We're in the final throes. The final throes of the, and I believe it's official. We are in a government shutdown. What that will do to, what effect that'll have on the non-farm payroll out on Friday, which is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It should not have any effect. Let's start right now, actually. So here are the reports for the week. Okay, this is investing.com. The weekly calendar. You can do filters. You can do a lot of stuff. I prefer this one basically for screen snaps and pasting other places, or easy to read. Here is Thursday. So there are no orders. They've been pulled here. I see what happened. They pulled the non-farm payroll report on Friday because of the shutdown. So we will not have the non-farm payroll. What we will have is, I don't know what it's going to take the place. We'll have the PMI, the ISM non-manufacturing employment. This will be real interesting to see what happens on Friday. We won't have any non-farm payroll numbers. They've already edited the calendar. Well, there you go. So I will not be opening. I typically on the for the non-farm payroll, I typically start the stream at 7:15 rather than 8 to capture that non-farm report and data on the stream. Here is Financial Juice, which is the other news thing I watch or use, and it is it's also free. You can pay for it, as they remind you every time you change the screen. But anyway, the docket is essentially the same here, but it has more of a squawk box issue over, functionality on this side. This is where we'll see the market on close orders. They will propagate over here at 1450. So let's then zoom along. We've been talking about the back testing, and that would have been just a thing of beauty. Really excited to keep going with that. That is where it's at. This is where the probabilities and the statistics come from to treat trading as a business, not as a video game. You derive your own statistics, probability, with specific rules. That's how it works. Based on the rules. If you want to approach trading as a business, this is how you do it. First, you have to recognize that the market is a random environment. Second, you have to come to peace with the fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That is a statistical fact. The market is only binary. It goes up and down. That's it. It's like a coin flip. We put time on that, but the market is just a coin flip. And here's a saying that you've heard before, but probably never listened to very close. Past performance is not indicative of future results. That's because the historical data that has come before the very next trade is meaningless to the very next trade. The probability of the next trade is 50-50. So what you do to approach it properly, you identify a setup. In this case, I'm working on the IB continuation and the IB failure from both the high and the low. Those two are basically 4 trades. I have specific rules, which I've identified here, and these are coded in the backtest system, but I've done, these are just visual references for me to make sure that the rules are firing the way I expect them to. And here's an example. There's rule 1A. Boom, that's the IB statistic is made to the top side, the IB high. That statistic is satisfied. What happens next? Boom, we're looking for B. That is the continuation into the zone. And then C, it pulls back to within 1 point either side of the IB high. Trigger fires, that's a long. Now just think for 1 second if you got long right there. And no heat. Repeat, no heat. So what the hell is that? That's a little more than 30 handles because we're at 32 and we're trading up here right now at 65. So it's about 33 handles across there. That's a lot. That's how you do it. Now, and you have to come to peace with the fact that you're not whipping and spurring. You're not a gunslinger. You identify a setup and the criteria that you think justifies that or validates that entry, and then you backtest it. And if that is correct, and you backtest it over a large enough data set that you eliminate or try as best you can random occurrence. In other words, you want to have a statistically significant data set or subset of occurrences. And what is a random occurrence? Why is that important? Well, everybody knows a coin flip is 50-50. Flip your coin 10 times. Would you be surprised if you have more heads than tails or more tails than heads? Of course not. Nobody would. That is a random occurrence. That happens in trading. We have, more than one win or more than one stop in a row. So what you want to do is you flip that coin 100 or 1,000 times and you're going to be pretty damn close to 50-50. That's what you need to do with trading. And then you look at that data set and you analyze it statistically and you say, okay, does it have a positive expectancy or not with an R multiple or an R factor of blah? That's your risk reward. And if so, then every time that particular trade sets up, like right over here, you take it. Notice this is the only trade that's set up all day. These start plotting at 9:30. Here's the market. Get this goddamn thing out of here. Here's the market open. Boom, boom. Oh, everybody's excited. Yay. Here's 9:30. That's why I have these indicators start at 9:30. So again, visual reference only. There's the only A signal we have all day. And then we have B. And then we have the trigger. And then we have 33 handles without any heat. Pretty sweet. That's sweet without heat, baby. So that's how you vet a trade, and that's how you approach trading as a statistical business of probabilities. And this is not just something I came up with in the shower, right? This is I am parroting, or I am repeating the finding, the belief, the methodology, and the practices, business practices of the most successful traders and hedge fund managers in the world. Ed Thorpe, Jim Simons, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Tom the Trader, the Best Loser Wins guys, Tom B over, Rod from the most famous billionaire guys down to people at our level. They realize that is how you trade successfully and consistently profitable. Any gunslinger, mouse click, and dimwit can have some wins in a row. Do they have the methodology and the experience, the patience, the understanding to, take advantage of that? That's a different story. I use a risk-neutral methodology, which is right there. That's the name of the channel, after all. This is the smallest risk-neutral package you can have, 2 contracts, because they need to be an even number. Then you decide on the stop in ticks. In this particular tool, you put the stop in ticks for the entire package. The minute you have those 2 values, the first risk-neutral scale, or the first profit target, T1, is already a given, because it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and it's for half the package. The moment this T1 is achieved, you are risk neutral. The worst that you can happen in the trade is to scratch right there. You can make 4 lots, same story. You can make high volatility 4 lots, You need to decide the stop size based on your account risk parameters. Remember, the first goal of a trader, or mission objective of a trader, is to preserve your account and to compound it positively. So you have to be real careful and real sure that you have sized this stop appropriately for the account and for the environment. And then the rest follows suit, So that is probably I didn't do that right. I'll do that now. I'm sorry. This is what I was talking about. There's the package, stop, T1, T2. It can be 4, It can be high volume, whatever, you know. That is the risk neutral package. And you never, and I mean never, move your stop away from your entry. If you do, you deserve to go broke. And I'd be, you know, and I'll tell you that right now. You deserve to blow up your account. If you start whipping and spurring and chasing or FOMOing, you deserve to blow up your account because you're an adult. You don't do that. Adults don't do that. Traders don't do that. You trade a vetted trade and you are patient. You will spend, if you are a professional, if you approach trading as a business professionally, you'll spend the majority of your time not trading. Watching the markets, absolutely. Narrating the market, absolutely. But clicking the mouse, seldom. 1 or 2 trades a day. Now, we've had one signal today. One triggered trade today. Okay, let's just look at this. What am I doing here? Wrong thing, sorry. I didn't want that, I wanted that. There you go. Let's just call it 33 points times 50. There's $1,650 from here to here on a one lot. And throw in another 150 and there you go. About $1,800. That's one trade on a 2 lot, right? That's the minimum 2 lot package. So there you go. That's the name of the game. Okay, we are going to hit that market on close order, whatever the hell that imbalance, whatever that might mean today. I have no flipping clue. But we'll have a look at it though, that's for damn sure. It'll pop up here in a little bit. Fitch and everybody's playing the blame game. Trump wants to, what did he say yesterday? He wants to spend, he's going to cut the budget and he's going to lower taxes and he's going to balance the budget and make a smaller government. But somehow we're spending billions of dollars a week on deportation flights. Nobody's talking about the cost of all these ICE activities and the new ICE agents and stuff. Okay. He wants to spend $2 or $3 trillion next year developing and building military equipment. That's a lot. I'm not sure who we're going to attack, but you know, we're spending $200 million to build a ballroom on the White House. Not sure why in the hell we need a ballroom after all these, 250 years or whatever we're getting ready to have. I don't see where any of the cost cutting and any of the things that were talked about are coming to play. It seems pretty weird to me. But then I don't think it was ever really, they were ever really meant. It was more just lip service to, singing the song to his bass, I guess. Just like calling Powell names. Well, first of all, I guess he must know that the only people that follow his social media thing are his base people. So he, and they must like it when he, makes up insulting names for like Fed Chair Powell, who, by the way, is a lifelong Republican and was appointed as the Fed chairman by Donald Trump in his first term. They kind of forget to mention that part. And who brought us through into and out of COVID with no recession, no huge unemployment, no disaster, you know? So we've got 102 million buy-side S&P, 604 million buy-side NASDAQ, sell-side 31 million Dow, and Mag 7 buy-side 442 million. Now, these are contracts, okay? Let me just show you what yesterday was. 4 trillion, day before yesterday, 4 billion, 540 million. 4 billion, 540 million S&P contracts. 1,900,000 NASDAQ, 1,396,000 Dow, 1,146,000 Mag 7, compared to 102 million, 600 million. Stop and think about that for a minute. Multiply 4 billion contracts at $12.50 per tick. Give that a whirl for a minute. imagine controlling your risk on that one, huh? Jesus Christ. So 52 now. Okay, we've got tomorrow lined up. They've already pulled the schedule for the government shutdown. And there you go. What a bunch of jerks, man. Well, and you know that none of them are missing a paycheck. Do you know that once you're elected one time to Congress or the Senate, you have free health care and a pension of your salary for the rest of your life? And it's a couple $100,000 a year. Why do you suppose they're so crazy? Never mind the ego trip involved, but why do you suppose they will beg, borrow, and steal, lie, cheat, and whatever to get reelected all the time? And the ability to make money while you're in office is staggering. Staggering. I mean, like, go in with a net worth of a couple 100,000 or whatever and come out with a net worth of several million. Now your salary is only a couple 100,000 a year, so it doesn't add up, right? So how is that happening? Well, if you sit on a committee that's deciding whether there's going to be some tech thing approved or not, and you just happen to buy some of that stock beforehand, that's exactly what happens. And they refuse to prohibit themselves from trading while in office, which is, should be the obvious thing because it's a straight up conflict of interest. But, or talk about insider trading to the max, right? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So I will be back at 0800 in the morning with bells on. I'm not going to worry about the reports now because that's all tipped on its head apparently. And yeah, I'm glad that I got the persevered to get Bookmap back up and running. I'm going to get on fixing my other keyboard cable, so I'm got all 3 of them back up and running. And now I got to switch hats to soccer dad and get our daughter fed and ready to get to college and drive her over there and all that stuff. She scheduled her classes around me being through trading. So that was a pretty cool thing. Look how we're putting a zipper in up here on the at the highs on the NASDAQ, and we pulled off some on the ES. Now, I can tell you without a doubt, this kind of a high on the NASDAQ going into the overnight is going to continue. That is an unfinished auction in both cases. You notice that there's no excess at the top of these. They're basically flat or poor or weak highs. So I would suggest that that's going to continue in the overnight session. We'll see in the morning whether I was close or not, eh? Got 4 minutes here. Well, pretty crazy day in the stream. So if you're here, thanks a lot. I don't know who's watching, who's not, but I didn't see the usuals, but that's okay. And this is boring if you're not a professional trader. You know, if you don't relate to trading as a business and you think this is going to be watching some guy, you know, take big losses and trade 1 million trades a day and click like crazy, that's not what's going to happen here. And I realize that's boring. It's pretty boring on this side of the monitor too, believe me. But that's it. You know, this is not an adrenaline sport. This is a business, and it is one of the greatest opportunities that a person can have. So I think it's real important, and that's why I'm focused on it. We got 1.5 minutes here till the cash close, and I will be real happy to close the stream down and get ready for tomorrow. I have a lot to do tonight. Really give a lot of thought to the OBS setup. And 30 seconds. Wow. 30 seconds. Oops. Okay, get outside. It's 1500. There's your cash close. Thanks for stopping by. Remember a couple of things. The most important tool or piece of equipment that you have for trading is you in your brain. You need to take care of your eyes. Staring at these screens all the time, you have two focus muscles, close and far away. You need to exercise them both. You should walk away from your screens about every hour and go outside or somewhere and look a long way away and focus on that. You need to keep yourself hydrated and healthy and rested. Work out, keep your muscles fit. Be aware of yourself. If you're on tilt, push the mouse away. That's really important. Now, I will be back at 0800 in the morning, assuming everything works. I said that yesterday. Yeah, have a great evening. I'm not going to belabor this. I'm ready to, I'm beat. And that's where I am. So you have a great evening. And I'll see you tomorrow at 0800. Remember that the government has gone into shutdown and that we just confirmed with the news here that the non-farm payroll, et cetera, has been pulled for Friday. It was right here at 7:30. It's gone. We've only got now the S&P and the ISM employments and PMIs. There's nothing for Thursday now. That was a government, there was a report there, but not anymore. So that's important for you to know that. Have a great night.